That's all it is. Hell, I'm gonna go back to me. God damn, it's dead. So close.
I'll be back. I go change the bandage on my coat.
Okie doke, come on back.
We checking in from the grass. We checking in from the mini grass station. Aluminum.
I'll be back. I gotta go find something to drink. I'm back. Raining yet? Hell yeah, rain, clear sky, watch out. Looks like it's getting closer. Somebody stand by me, come on. That's what I thought. Got things standing around for we'll leave the light on for you.
4, good night, my friend. Okay, cool. Let's come back. Okay, 131, notify for requirement. Anything, good night. Okay. The condition is down. The condition is down. Puerto Rico. 73, my friend. Company, my friend. From 131. Puerto Rico, San Juan. Standing by, my friend.
Got me another big old bowl of ice cream. Then get ready to go to bed. Where's that dang June bug? I haven't heard him all day.
I think he's putting his tower up.
He needs to, because that antenna was bending to the north. A little bit.
Can I get a radio check? Can I get a radio check?
Radio's working.
Appreciate it, sir.
Yes, sir.
Be safe out here. Have a good one. This is Lone Wolf.
Rocky, you heard from Easy Money? Where they in, Dr. Bob?
Wave a hand there, Rocky.
the mountain for it.
Trying to say something.
Could be a 550 there, you know.
Oh, hell.
What was that?
Hell yeah.
There we go.
That's right.
God damn.
What?
I had my second radios on and I forgot how it turned up and you were still blast it through.
Damn it.
What's up, man?
Nah, I just, sitting here full of stick. Kind of checking out the inside of my eyelids. Sandbagging.
Oh, thanks, son. I was about ready to fall asleep myself. Let's go to bed.
I'd have swore I heard you say you was sitting there pulling titties.
Yeah.
Pushing the nose level up anyway.
I burped so hard it fucking hurt.
Gotta be careful with them.
I know it.
guys do any cooking today, or did you do it yesterday?
I was working today, so I just ate the 3 hot dogs and hamburgers they cooked, and then I went to my grandma's out there in Newcastle and ate what they cooked.
They made you work on the holiday?
Oh yeah, man, dealership.
Fucking bastards.
Yeah, I basically sat on my ass all day. My boss showed up, and I pretended to kind of pay attention when he was half-ass showing me stuff.
Your boss was showing you stuff?
Showing like end of the month stuff, learn management.
Oh, damn, I thought there was something else going on over there.
No. That'd be entertaining somehow.
Damn it. I hate fucking jobs make people work on a fucking holiday.
Yeah, it used to be not bad when I was off every Monday, but I've changed up the schedule.
Yeah, tell me, they used to give you time and a half, don't they?
I am salary based, so no. Salary and commission, but I was salary on the commission side.
Oh, there's Squeaker.
1.75% of the higher growth.
Damn, somebody's mad.
Someone just whining and crying out there.
Sounds like it.
There could be a lot better things to do than whine and cry on the radio as you're driving around. And my parents, their minivan was cold and going like hell. My brother, his sensor out there found out one of the injectors ain't working.
I missed about half that. And you're so close to me, and your audio's so loud. That sounds running together.
Oh, yeah, that's it. One, two, three, check. How's that?
I don't know. Maybe a little better.
Hey, back to my stand down. How about that? Is that better?
Yeah.
Maybe it is not how it turned down. I just forgot.
Yeah. It's not so much turning it down. It's If we're talking, you speak clearly and slowly, because and you're like,
yeah. Ada was on talking a little slow. I was saying I was out there at my parents' place checking on a check engine light on their van, and it was running real rough. Found out that one of these stopped working, so seeing it like short nowadays.
Hell yeah.
When you were working at that, did you use those older Cobra 19, like the first set one?
Radio set.
Things that used with the season?
Radio set. Number 19, like 2 or 3, plastic thing.
Like the pluses.
You're a little low, but you're getting out. That would have been the old metal front or the chrome front.
Yeah, kind of like that there, just kind of push that kind of up and down, and a couple little like balls there that goes up and down, so it's different.
Yeah, it's a channel changer and 2 knobs, I believe, and a button or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I got 2 of those. One of them, I was wanting to put my Pathfinder instead of the 29 up in there, just because it's a little more fluid correction. It's also a 1988. But for some reason, it seems to not like to receive all the time. It'll receive sometimes, but it just gets hot or something, and it just won't receive anything or transmit.
That could be several different problems. Could be a couple of solder breaks in there. Could be your voltage regulators not working correctly. I just have to see it.
Yeah, I know it'll be, I got 2 of them. I got one 1988 time, and then I got, was it 9? Picking up on those, because they're trying to do the thing, those contacts for how it'll operate the full dial point.
You should have talked to me before you bought one. I gave you one. Yeah, I think there's one there in the tub in my closet. I believe so, and I think it works.
I got them printers out here. I'm not gonna some more stuff.
I'm gonna end up using it for target practice.
Oh, the target for the old shooting range?
Yeah. Every once in a while I go out to my friend's property. Just a bank of dirt. They took some old tires, made a wall, and put a bunch of sand back up behind it. So it was nothing really to shoot at. You have to bring, if you want something to target or shoot at, you have to bring it yourself. Cans, paper targets. They don't allow you to shoot bottles out there. But yeah, CB radio, you can probably hang it from this microphone by a tree out there and shoot at it.
Well, if you're going to do that, I will take that off your hands and I'll show you something else to shoot at. I usually take a bunch of old coastal warning parts and we'll shoot those out of my boat first.
What the hell is he saying?
Who did what?
Do what?
Use a bunch of coastal warning parts.
I don't know if it's somebody way out there, Skip, or what.
Can I had volume down or we're just playing pool?
I think last year we used, I had like the new Wagoneers, got a bunch of infotainment systems in it, and it was like a stock screen for one that got replaced under warranty, and they didn't want it back for some reason. So we shot that and a couple of old radios for the cars themselves.
Yeah. Shooting up electronics is always fun.
Especially when the warranty job didn't pay anyone anything worth a damn.
Damn it. I just farted and my fucking cat was sitting like that was crazy.
It just gave you a weird look.
Yeah.
Oh man, I know it was
Yeah.
going around my house, right? Yeah. Well, the other day, a possum was in my driveway.
Oh yeah. There's a big gigantic one that's been around here for around my place about the last 5-6 years.
Yeah, unfortunately this one actually died. It was being rather slow. We figured it was taking it, but after we kind of scooted it out of the driveway and did what we were doing was washing the girlfriend's car. I went back and kind of checked on it afterwards in the flies, and it was not moving. Like it wasn't even breathing like it was before.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, poor guy.
Well, I probably poisoned it.
Yeah, someone probably did it.
Man, they must be mud ducking over or something.
Where at?
Sound like Demon talking to somebody. He sound like they're way the hell out there.
I don't hear him.
The neighbor, he's talking on a mobile, got a mobile antenna trying to...
So it ain't you.
I can't hear him at all.
I barely hear him. I didn't know if y'all Skip or what.
Nah, he just lives about a couple blocks from me.
Once I get some pay up, and I'll work on getting that pole up and getting this antenna up.
Yeah, everybody be able to hear you then. I ain't got no problems here. You can use the G.I. Joe walkie-talkie. Yeah.
Hell yeah. So you gonna get some coax and put his antenna up.
Hear you.
Who is? Somebody over there, man. You say you're gonna get some coax and put his antenna up.
He's got a 30-foot pole. You got a brand new inch on. You just need some coax.
Well, that's the goal for this month is our biocon. Oh, hey, I was going to send you a picture of where I think I'm going to put the antenna.
Yeah. That'll work.
Picture heading your way.
Like a metal awning deal?
Yeah, it's like a mill awning that
I don't think that would hold it.
it's attached to the house.
Yeah, but it's aluminum.
I knew I shouldn't have ate that big bowl of beans. Sat down chillin', TV remote in hand, felt the rumble in my stomach like a marching band, let out a blast, sounded like a trumpet scream, hot air shot out like a rusted steam machine. My girl peeked in, face twisted in despair, said, nigga, did a demon just dive in here? I cracked a smile, said, no, that's just beam power. She scraped the breeze for a solid half hour, cracked the window, lit a candle, started a prayer, said, Lord help me, that gas just sings my head. It leaks out slow with a whisper, not a bang. Had a brother feeling guilty, but relieved all the same. One dude fainted, hit the floor like paint. Another walked by like, goddamn nigga, you stink. I just ate a big bowl of beans. Got my stomach feeling mean. You better run. Every step is letting off steam. Hot damn, I done funked up the whole damn scene. Beans got me breaking down the scene. Left a trail in the air like dreams. Folks evacuating like a crime scene. Just me and my big bowl of beans. Soul food got me twisted. Elevator ride, 6 folks packed in tight. I clenched real hard trying to keep it light, but my booty had plans of its own tonight. Let a silent killer slip, dead wrong but polite. Girl stepped in, turned ghost white, grabbed the chest like she got hit mid-flight. Said, ooh shit, did somebody just die? I said, nah baby, that's just a vent. She said, nigga, you a lie. Old lady passed out, hit the wall with a bang. Security came in like, who let off that thing? Febreze in hand, he sprayed in defeat, then whispered, take your funky ass out on the street. Should've never ate them beans, boy. I just ate a big bowl of beans. Now I'm crop dusting like a damn machine. Stank lingers like a haunted dream. Kids crying, screaming, ready to scream. That chili hit deep like a curse unseen. A curse from the kitchen. Now of that brown cuisine. Just me and my big bowl of beans. Woo, Lord. Took a stroll outside, trying to walk it off. Let out a blast, made a pit bull call. That dog said, rough, then passed out. Cat jumped, ran like it seen a ghost. Skunk looked at me like, nigga, that's gross. He ain't say a word, just dipped with fear. Left a note, you banned from over here. Bird flew by, turned mid-air like the nigga need prayer and fresh underwear. In store, but that last one wasn't gas no more. Stuff was squishing my feet, cheeks start to itch. Walking pigeon-toed like I caught a glitch. Trying to play it cool like it wasn't that bad, but my ass felt like a wet paper bag. Water to the restroom full of shame, praying nobody recognized my name. A kid pointed at the farting man. Mama said, turn around, don't look again. But deep down I knew the cost. Big bowl of beans and all dignity lost. I just ate a big bowl of beans. Left a mark on these faded jeans. No Febreze can erase these things. Hell no. I got banned from 10 Applebee's. Stomach grumbling like a war machine. Folks avoiding me like I'm obscene. Just me and my big bowl of beans.
And shame on me.
And I just shorted.
Yeah, it's warm, squishy. I feel it in my cheeks.
Lord, not again. Not in public. Damn them beans.
It's your shit. I would definitely put the bottom of that hole in concrete to give it some stability.
The reason I was thinking of you like putting it right where that other hole is because there's actually in the concrete an area, a little remnant where a post for the chain link fence went into the concrete.
That pole is there right now. Is that a steel pole?
No, that was a PCB pipe. I pulled all that out of there. It was my attempt at filling a pole up. Needless to say, it did not work. My dad came over and I was telling him about it. We were out there looking. He was suggesting over there that little peak by where that little black car is. He thought maybe that area. But that's, as you can see, it's a pretty thin driveway.
Yeah. Trying to see what a peak is. I think I can see barely. You got your drainage right there. There's a peak right there.
Yeah, that's over there's a bedroom where we sleep, and it's where the peak is because it goes across the other way too. My house is like it's rotated sideways.
Yeah, that's at the front of the house. Actually, that means there's a dish up there right there on that peak.
Yeah, I thought of that.
Damn it. They don't like my OSU sign I keep putting on there.
I never figured out anything there.
They said it's unacceptable.
Jungle.
both me and the girlfriend are allergic to cedar. The backyard's even worse. It's got even more trees back there and low-hanging power lines.
Hell yeah.
Damn. Yeah, tomorrow, the time, go out like to the other end of the other side of your driveway, where the trees start, and take like a picture of that whole side over there.
I can do that. I can do that in the morning. I'll send it to you.
You gotta work tomorrow?
Absolutely.
I didn't get a day off for the holiday.
My day off was yesterday, but it wasn't really a day off because I was busy with the missus.
So we gave you time off when we let you go to the bathroom. Get back to work.
That's about what it feels like. So funny enough, every time I go use the restroom at work, I come back, and then there's 3 more jobs that need doing.
Yeah, they count how many times you go to the bathroom a day?
Nope. If they do, they want to start counting all the smoke breaks everyone else takes.
Yeah. I literally worked at a place, and they kept track of how many times you went to the bathroom today.
God.
Micromanagement, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty fortunate that
What?
I laid back and it was in my... I've told him before that it's real helpful that he doesn't do that.
Yeah, I hate micromanagement. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, I've been micromanaged before and it just never goes well because it generally just pisses me off and makes me not want to work.
I just tell them micromanage this as I'm flipping them off.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Every time it's been someone wants to micromanage, they've never actually done anything useful.
Well, it keeps the person doing the micromanaging busy.
Yeah, one of those kind of, fucked up and move them up so they can't do anything actually harmful. I don't know if you've ever seen someone that's tall and upwards in a ladder.
What was that Indian place? I forget. Dan Daughter, yeah. Yeah, they had to give him a promotion to get him out of the way because he's fucking everything up.
Never tell.
I ain't got no panties on either.
I don't wear them.
Following people that just move them up out of the way, make them seem like they're important. Could always be worse, though. Could be jobless. Gotta work to make some money to afford everything.
of tune.
Someone whistling out of tune.
It sounded like they might have been tuning up yet.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised it's been so quiet. I don't know. Guess everybody's got the itis from all the food.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody's got a food high and they're all passed out. They're getting all their, been out for 3 days now, getting all their shit together and ready to go back to work.
Yeah, I know for a fact tomorrow I'm going to probably get no less than 10 phone calls from people that lost their keys to their car or truck at the lake.
Oh yeah, it'll happen. Man, I went camping and put the keys in my car and my swim shorts and I dove in, lost my keys.
I'm always super paranoid about that, but I remember I did once lose the keys to my first car. Spent like an hour and a half just searching around my house for them. I eventually found them. I had managed to lock them in the trunk of the car.
Yeah, but people up shit and lose shit during the holiday, or especially like Labor Day and Memorial Day. I'll go out camping and drunk, lose shit. Yo!
Hope that no one gets hurt though. I know these holidays where they go out camping, like you said, people can get out there, get drunk, and get hurt by accident.
I lived in. It was a pretty small town. It wasn't real, like about 6,500. But they had to set up emergency tent park because the hospital was overrun.
Like one of those or something like that. They take
Nothing out there the rest of the year, but during the holidays, all people came from LA and all around there, all up and down the damn coast. Oh yeah, fall out of the back of
Yo.
you run over by a boat. By a jet ski, their boat. They weren't wearing shoes in the river. What else? Near drink.
Yo.
good, and I could very much imagine.
Everybody going down for radio check.
It's working. It's working.
Who that out there?
Demon.
Hey, what's going on, Demon?
I was sitting here shooting shit, Roger.
Yeah, I'm trying to check these SWRs on this antenna here before I go up with it.
Yeah, who's that? That's, God damn it. You know who you are. My brain, I'm high on food. I ate all that food and now I'm stoned. Watch my ducks. What? My brain just fucking just totally shut down. That's Roger me.
What are you mud ducking for tonight, David?
I was talking to my neighbor over here, 520. He just lives like 3 blocks from me. I was taking it easy on his radio.
Oh, I heard that. Yeah, SpongeBob, he shows me the same courtesy. Okay, get on down.
Hey, Mr. R,
Yes, sir.
you hear this radio okay?
Yeah, I don't hear you quite as good as I usually hear you, but I am hearing you, yeah.
Roger, yeah, I'm trying to check my SWRs before I put this thing up on the tower.
Just about here.
Roger. Yeah, Roger, put it up there. Let's get it on.
Mr. R.
Heartbreaker. How you doing this evening?
I'm good. I'm tired, but I'm good.
I heard that.
Doing all right? Next door flirting with all the married women?
I've been over there flirting with this single one that was built just right. That's what kept me over there so long.
You're out there on built just right.
Oh, yeah. Manufactured, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Somebody with a fucked up radio, that's for sure. Side band.
Custom mouse of some sort.
Yeah, I got that voice changer, robot voice, all that crap. That shit never works.
There's 99 out playing with it.
That shit that never worked. Ended up.
Ridiculous. Well, it's like buying a car, you know. Some cars have a fucking ashtray and some of them don't. That's the selling point for smokers, you know what I mean? You gotta put a few items in there, you know, that you can make a sale with. It's just something else. It's like, this is not an AM radio, this is AM and FM. Yeah, and you got like that little cup holder ashtray, but the cigarette lighter outlet will only work like a charger. You don't have no cigarette lighter in there. Yeah, say back in the day, in the 70s. I mean, I guess it plumb up on into the 90s, I guess. But boy, back in the 70s, you go get you a Cadillac Sedan DeVille or an Eldorado or whatever, and anywhere there was a door or a place for passengers, there was a goddamn ashtray and a cigarette lighter.
Yeah, I mean, in the back seat, you had ashtray and cigarette lighters on the doors, plus in the middle, for the dude riding in the middle, there's there on the back of the seat the ashtray and the lighter, and so that was like multiple sources of fire. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hell yeah, I know this right. Come on, break. Have an ashtray in the middle with a cigarette lighter, and if you got the special deluxe model, it'd have ashtray and cigarette lighter in the doors as well.
Right. 6-person smoker vehicle.
You never heard in one of them. Hell yeah, come on, break.
Right. And most intersections had like ashtrays at the, you know, where they dumped their ashtray at the red light, you know?
Oh, hell no, Mama just roll the window out and dump it, you know, going down the road.
Let it fly.
Let it fly, and them poor non-smokers behind you had to eat their dust. What was he in out there, Dr. Yogi?
Hell yeah.
Waving back, Junebug.
Fellows also had
Power windows, cigarette lighters, and ashtrays. Shit. That was the good old days.
Ain't no doubt.
Wonder what year they started having them. They stopped. Wonder when they stopped the old door ashtray and cigarette lighters. That had to be about 88 or something, I would think.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it now, and one time only. I'm gonna Google it. I'll get back with you.
Yeah, let me know. I'm standing by.
Hold that thought there, Mr. Arnold. We'll get back with you.
Yes, sir.
What you up to, man? It's Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown, shit, I'm just kicking it, talking about ashtrays and old cars. Come on.
Yeah,
You say it was in 1990?
Them ashtray lighters.
Was that with the cigarette lighter also? Cigarette lighter ashtray combo? Come on.
Here it says Cadillac and other car manufacturers began, well, son of a bitch, to phase out ashtrays and cigarette lighters in the mid-1990s.
Yo, Charlie Brown said he had one in his 90 model, the Sabre.
Oh yeah, hey, that was a Cadillac, them old Sabres. I remember back in the day, them were pretty big cars, that Buick Limited. My old man had one. He looked like a goddamn gangster driving around in it.
Man, I had blacked out windows all night. Pontiac. Oh, that ain't called Bonneville. Big ass fucking boat. And boy, I have me some date wires on it.
Oh yeah, that's 70 Bonneville, 71, 6, and Catalinas. Them were big old cars.
Catalina was big. Hey, Charlie Brown, what's up with them Daytons? Was there some 50 wires or some 30 wires? Come on.
I had them 124 wires.
120. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Bob, them Catalinas. Shit. That's pushing the limit right there on the big.
Yeah, my mom had I think it was a 69 or a 70 Pontiac Bonneville, and it was triple red, convertible. Man, that was something back in the day. Big old folks. Hell yeah.
Y'all remember them other big cars?
Well, that's long hood right there. You gotta have good springs on that one.
White. I can't remember, something white. Crystal white. I can't remember what the fuck it was called. Something white.
I wouldn't mind having me about a 70 Cadillac. Yeah, that'd be nice ride around in.
Oh, hell, 70 Cadillac, Coupe de Ville, fucking twin pipes going out the back, dragging that ass in, put some spotlights on both sides of the window post. Hell yeah, you be a cool cat.
With some skirts. Don't forget them skirts. Cool skirts.
Oh yeah, yeah, I got to have them skirts and them curve feelers. You got to put curve feelers on that motherfucker.
All right.
What a bump, I can just barely hear you. I hear your Roger beat better than, I don't know, you got your mic gain turned down too much, but wave a hand.
Okay, what about now?
Oh yeah, you picking it up now.
Yeah, okay.
Hell yeah, them was pretty slick old cars.
My mom and dad had they was long, but they was sweet. Oh, we got a good conversation going here on these big glass houses. What Charlie Brown, you fading out? You fading out on?
Don't be throwing no rocks.
Call it night. Y'all have a good one.
Roger, you be careful out there. Yeah, them big boats. Yeah, I like them big cars. I sure do.
Yeah, you got your audio picked up now. For a while ago, you was under the house.
Yeah, boy, always under the house.
You know, and you could run into something back then with a car and not even put a ding in it. You fucking get hit by a grocery cart at Walmart and them tows these new cars out.
Yeah, set off an airbag or something.
Yeah, blow the fucking windows out of it because it got hit by a grocery cart.
Yeah, well, my grandfather died in 1995 or something. He had a 90 model Fleetwood Brougham. Shoo, that was a nice car. I tried to buy it off my mama, but she said, you know, I'd be smoking pot in it. She didn't want no pot smoking in it. So she sold it to somebody else that was going to smoke some pot in it.
I think that's the way it goes. Yeah, that Cadillac Brougham, you know, the Coupe de Ville Brougham, or the sedan, that's like top of the line. I mean, that's when you get one of them cars, Cadillac goes, man, we ain't got anything else to put on it.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, he had the chrome rocker panels, shit, garage kept, held that damn spacer between the tail lights and the car body. That son of a bitch was still even perfect, not faded or nothing. They had it. Woo, that son of a bitch never been ate in, never had a burger ate in it, never had a cigarette smoked in it. And she wouldn't let me have it because she knew I was going to be smoking some pot in it.
Hell yeah, that ain't all you be doing in that motherfucker.
My uncle, he said, man, you need to get that Cadillac from your mama so you can... Now, they live down Lexington, country, right? But he said, you need to get that Cadillac from your mama, haul them black girls around up there in the city. I said, gonna sell it to me. Yeah. Well, you know what that car bring over there? Shit. That motherfucker car, somewhere, I don't know if I was over in Midwest City, I think, or somewhere, and I think there was a house over there that they were two of them old Cadillacs sitting in the driveway, and that one in the back looked like it might get around more than the one up front. That motherfucker had the big swan on the hood. You know what I'm saying? That was a big swan with the lighted wings. I thought, there you go. Yeah, no shit. Hey, I got a buddy that lives right over down the street from my brother, just a mile from here. And he's got one like champagne color. Just like my grandpa's, but he's had it painted. And that son of a bitch is inches off the ground in the back. You know, he can't hardly drive in and out of nowhere. It's definitely an old school pimp ride. It's a sharp ass car. My mama didn't want me to have one like that. Man, Roger. I'll take you by someday when we're driving out of here. I'll drive you by there and show it to you. It's a sharp son of a bitch. They got a 65 Chevy over there looking pretty good too.
They also had good old, great big old back seats.
Hell yeah, on the big back seat.
With the lighter and an ashtray.
3 lighters and 3 ashtrays.
But they didn't have no damn cup holders.
No cup holders.
Yeah, you could take the whole fucking crew to the drive-in theater in one of them old Cadillacs.
With the AC Delco. AM, FM.
And the curve feelers.
And the curve feelers. And a booty kit. If you've been down to Custom Town, you know, you put you a booty on that bad boy. I know y'all know what a booty kit is when it gets so quiet.
Well, that's that old spare tire back there supposedly looks like one. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, right. I knew you'd know. But it sure didn't get quiet, like everybody was Googling it or something.
Yeah, I never have been a big fan of them, as you call it, booty kit. Because the ass end of a Cadillac looks fine just the way it is.
Roger. Yeah.
That's like them old big black girls, got them big butts, and they put a great big old bow on the back of their ass. You know, trying to cover that motherfucker up.
Roger. Yeah.
Hell yeah, they'd be going into Walmart looking like a gift. That big old giant bow on their ass.
Big and beautiful. Big and beautiful. That's what they say. That's what they say.
I know you got one over there going, Richard.
Shit, I just finished it. Right before I finished it, you know, a buddy of mine was over here. We finished 2 of them or so. There've been 3 in the last hour and a half, so it's what you said.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sitting here working on it. Working on the pipe. You know what I mean? I can put it down when I'm done. Roger. Yeah, I was sitting here with my head wobbling, thinking shit, I might have to call it quits. Damn, there's a little bit of scratching and a whole lot of Roger beat. You hear that? Yeah, water pump, you're down in under the house again. Yeah, come on. Yeah, he needs a flip-flop. Flip-flop. Well, it's a little better, but I think you got room to grow. Yeah, it's not much better. You got a whole lot of room to grow. This thing doing okay, though?
I see you. What about now?
Well, that's better. Yeah, Jim Bug, I hear you. Sounds good. Well, it's showing my SWRs to be damn near flat. This is barely moving.
That's a signal, though.
Audio.
Yeah, I know both of y'all over here on the east side mud ducking. Mud ducking. Work on it a little bit. Yeah, mud ducking. Yeah, kinda. Well, I'm sure I am compared to what I usually do. Hell, I'm only about 10 foot off the ground in my antenna, so I'm only about 30 foot up. I think if it was busy out here tonight, I wouldn't be able to hear either one of you. Yeah, I'm just trying to check these SWRs so I get this thing up in the air there. Come on. Roger. I don't want to put it up in the air and have to take the damn thing up and down, hell with all that shit. Put some of that Reynolds wrap, heavy duty Reynolds wrap up here on the end of it. Make a ball, stick up there on the end. Where's that real black man at? Great mo diddly mo diddly. There you go. Buffalo!
Audio. Ooh, I got audio now. Audio.
About time. They got audio now, come on. Sit here, just trying to keep the bill good.
Well, you're right on. Wave my hand over there, hippie, Mr. R.
Roger that. Easy. Hello, damn it. Waving back. Wave my hand out there, Dr. Don.
Hello, June Bug. Hello, Easy Money. Hello, Dennis.
Get your QC40 all straightened out. That heartbreak?
No, I didn't. It's bricked, I guess, until I can figure out them adjustments, I guess. Audio. Call that it a audio mode that it's in.
Well, I can't wait for you to call me so we can get over there and get that line over there so you can look at it.
Oh, you want me to call you now?
You can call me now, but I'm not coming over.
Oh, man. He ain't doing anything anyway. You might as well call him.
Who is that? It's Heartbreaker. Oh, no shit. Sounds way different than he does in his truck. I think he's over experimenting. Yeah, I think he is too.
day, you'd give me a call. I didn't want to call you because I didn't know if you was up or not. Well, now I'm not getting out.
Oh, you're getting out. Just fine, right?
Hell yeah, come on. And I didn't call because I didn't know if you were eating or sleeping. Yeah, buffalo! Well, I would have probably been doing both of those buffalo. On the Buffalo Show. I did do a little bit of both of those today. Right, Joe, I bet Junebug did too. What's that? Junebug been working on that tire, fixing to go up with it tomorrow. I got my radio on the green mode, so I think I'm getting out there. I'm on the blue mode. I'm out here, y'all. Talk to y'all tomorrow evening sometime. Fire in the hole. Have a warming up out there. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Look out for flying chairs. There's a big storm up by Fairview. Now it's headed south. I don't think we have to worry about it. What was that? It was outlaw out there. Hey, see you back there. Can't hear my pipsqueak radio. Well, he can't hear your pipsqueak radio. He darn sure ain't gonna hear mine. Buffy, you taking off the rest of the week? Yeah, I done called in. Well, you know, if you call out the day before the holiday and the day after, you might not get paid for it.
Oh, they said they'd pay me.
All right.
I'm getting a check, too.
Hello, Mr. OK01.
Hello, Rocky. Buffy.
Hello, Larry.
You guys doing all right?
I think I gained about 5 pounds today, Larry.
Oh, what did you eating ice cream?
Oh, I had ice cream. I had a little bit of everything today.
I think it's about time to get some cobbler.
I will jump on it in a heartbeat. Whatever you say, get that thing out of motion.
Well, I think we need to go down there to the same place we did the last time we had it.
I don't disagree out there on Meridian.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, it's Carl Jr., isn't it? No, not Carl Jr. Earl Barbecue.
Yeah, barbecue, that's where it was at. I don't know about the barbecue, but the cobbler sure was good.
That one wasn't too bad either.
Well, that helps. I'm still dreaming about that.
I think that gal was liking it too. She was eating that up.
Oh, they like them comments, buddy. You guys are sounding good out west. I'm going to leave you alone. Enjoy your evening.
Oh, Larry, you're not bothering us. Jump in there anytime. It's a night. Tonight's a good night. Pretty quiet. I hear everybody. You're sounding good yourself. And I'm getting ready to get out of here and go to bed myself. Get in that rain locker. I'm smelling like hickory smoke out there. My hair's all smoked up. Anyway, jump in there anytime, Larry.
All right. We'll catch up to you later. You and Buffy, have a good one. We'll see you down the road. Later.
Have a good one, OK01. Rocky's not gonna get bit by a mosquito.
Check. I go up there on 38 quite often yelling for him. He must not be hanging out on 385 much.
How come?
I don't know. He's there. I just miss him every time.
Ain't no skip rolling. Ain't no body action up here out here tonight. Kind of nice.
Yes, it is. Well, maybe that storm will fizzle out before it gets to us.
Well, I've been there looking at it a while ago. It might fizzle out since the sun went down. There's a pretty strong cold front associated with it.
I've been cold all day.
You're cold when it gets 75 degrees.
Heck yeah, that's jacket weather. What radio you talking on tonight?
Oh, this damn junkie striker radio. I got it in the green mode. I think it's probably better in the green mode.
Yeah, I think so.
She's barefooted right now.
Well, sounding good.
You're the whole 35 watts.
Dang, that's a big radio.
Hell yeah, big radio. That's about 45 watts. Turn that talk about that.
I think Don wants it.
He's got a 955. Speaking of Don, where the heck did he go?
I think he had to go eat.
10 o'clock at night? Worst he works tonight. He's probably getting hungry. Probably about what time he eats dinner.
See that in Texas, that bunch of kids were playing the doorbell prank. Somebody walked out and shot one in the back, killed him.
Well, I hate to say it. That's what you do in the old
had to knock.
Well, we did some of that too. What's that called? Knock, or whatever you call that? I remembered what it was. It's the N-word knock. That's what we used to call it.
Oh my. Neighborhood knock?
Kind of. We're not allowed to use the N-word no more. Go see my toe doctor today. Tomorrow.
Does it look alright?
I think so. But she hasn't seen it in 2 weeks.
Oh my. Well, maybe it'll be alright.
Well, I kind of mad. She had to go on a honeymoon. And right in the middle of my toe. I almost sent her a picture of my toe.
Yeah, I figured that.
Well, I didn't want you to guess on what I sent a picture of. I'm pretty proud of the deal I made on that old Palomar. Although I had to work on it, wouldn't receive. I had to fix the jump across the freeway so it could receive. Had to put a jumper across one of the traces on the tube that's burning through. But it seems like it's going to work pretty good now.
Well, it sounds good.
This little tractor radio drives it pretty good. I got about 2 watts. On low, that little Palomar 300 on peak out on TED, about 300 watts, and about 375 on high.
Daggum it.
Wish I had 300 watts.
What was that?
I think that was Dennis. I said I wish I had 300 watts.
Well, you probably got more than that, Dennis.
Easy Money stole them all.
I'm a watch stealer. Well, that better be a watch stealer than a clock stealer.
I just got to remember to turn my anal switch off, come on, so I'm not so anal.
Well, I don't know what you're in. You're in some kind of a room, a big room, that's got water all around it.
That's my hall effect.
I was going to say, yeah, you got a hall effect, all right.
Okay. Hey, Rocky, I can call you and I can tell you how to get in that mode.
And all you got to do is go to each one, key the microphone up, and read me the numbers. Now, you ain't going to do that unless you change the wrong value. You got to key up and turn the channel selector and change its value. You just key up and don't turn nothing, and it reads you the value.
No doubt about it.
I tried that, but I got some time.
Oh, my.
Well, send me that deal and I'll try it. See what I can either take a picture of it or write it down.
Well, there's a lot of settings in there. I mean, I don't know how many you got to go through.
Well, we'll see.
You got to have the original microphone.
I got it.
Okay.
So you got to push your up down switch for some reason?
Yeah. You gotta hold the down and the PTT. You gotta have it in A&L. I believe. I'm not sure, but anyway, I'll check that. But basically, all you gotta do is have the NRC an off position. You turn the radio on. You turn the NRC to set, and then go back to off. And then you see 88 mode on the channel selector. Then you unkey.
Yeah, you're going to have to send me that in a text or something. I ain't going to remember all that.
Roger, Dodger. What you doing over there, Buffalo?
There we go. Word of the day. Sitting there listening to you talk about that radio.
Oh, it's a Mud Duck Radio.
Can you get back into the radio to change those settings, or has it got you locked completely out?
No, I can get back in to change whatever setting. Radio works when I'm in them settings. But as soon as I go out of the settings and turn the radio back on, it just goes. And that means it's in protect mode. I got a setting wrong.
Well, all right. You got that mode set wrong.
Roger, Dodger.
Oh, no.
Oh, there's Speedy. What are you doing over there, Speedy?
No, Buffalo.
This is Buffalo. Hello.
Yeah, I know who Buffalo is.
Well, Speedy, Don's out there in the hallway.
Every day's a holiday for him.
He said hallway, not holiday. Put your hearing aids in.
Like I said, every day's a holiday for you.
He's losing it over there, Rocky.
Speedy's all right. You got to work tomorrow?
Yeah.
I didn't know if you got off an extra day for the holiday.
No, I didn't even get off on a regular holiday, other than it was just my regular day off.
Oh, you're right. My guys usually, they work weekends, so they'll take their holiday next weekend.
Roger, Dodger. Nice of you to let them off.
Well, they do me a pretty good job, so they deserve to get off.
Hey, Rocky.
Yeah, Speedy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what'd you say?
I said hi.
Oh, okay. I just trying to see if I said, hey, Rocky, like you wanted to say something to me. Oh, Speedy.
Well, I'll see what the boss has got me doing now. I'm trying to get a snack out of her.
You know, I have that same problem with mine. So usually when I go get me a snack, I have to get her a snack. Unless you said a smack, it's easy to get a smack. So I like to smack me.
Mine knows better than to do that.
Oh, yeah. She must not be in the room with you.
No, she's about 2 rooms away.
Well, that's why you're being so damn brave, isn't it?
Might be, I ain't gonna tell.
Oh, Lord. That's what I say in my mind. I'm agreeing with you. See, I think that all the time.
Matter of fact, I probably should have shut the door coming to the radio room where she can't hear me.
Oh, she just realized it's a bunch of guys talking, so he knows the real thing.
All I know is there ain't too many women that like radios in their house.
I agree. I was in the country for a long time. I was out in the garage, got cold, so I moved into the country. Now I'm into the third bedroom. So it took me a while, but I made it.
I don't know what happened over here.
Bang! Get out of the hallway. I think you're in the closet now.
I can't fall in the closet.
Some people still out in the garage.
He might be in the basement. All I know, Don, is that audio is really loud. I don't know what radio on, but it's loud and proud.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. That's at 2517.
I didn't know you had one.
Yeah, it belonged to Nova.
Bubby's got one of them.
Yeah, what are you talking about? I was going to go over, he's going to take the switches out of that one he's got and give them to me.
I don't think so. Does the power supply still work in that one you got?
The power supply in this and here went out. I took it out. Put a switcher in it. Put a switcher? Sweet, come on.
Yeah, that's what Bubby's going to have to do on his. Anyway, his started shocking me.
Oh my.
Isn't that what happened, Bubby?
What was shocking me?
You're 2517.
Oh, yeah, somehow the power supply went into the 110 to the gate.
It usually means you don't have the ground hooked up on it. And if you just got a two-prong plug, you may have the, believe it or not, it is alternating current, but if you have it hot, you get that hot and neutral. If you get those turned different, it could put the hot side to the chassis.
Oh, we don't.
A lot of people argue about that. I know different. That's why they make what they call isolators.
I know when I don't plug mine into the ground right, she goes wild.
Oh my.
Are you talking about getting the black wire and the white wire across?
Yeah. See, if you'll notice that a lot of your home products, like your hair dryer and so on, they only have a 2-prong plug on it. That's because the housing on a hair dryer or that product is plastic, or such as a radio, like a little radio or something you plug in. But if you got something that's metal, that needs a ground, if you only put the 2-prong on it, or someone's monkeying with it, what'll happen is the hot wire is actually on the ground side and the neutral is on the hot side, which it will work because it's alternating current, but you will get shocked on it.
Yes, sir, I understand.
But if you try to add a ground to it, it'll probably short out.
Yes, sir. Maybe we have two neutrals.
Yeah. So you learn that in running test equipment like the spectrum analyzer and the oscilloscope, especially the oscilloscope, because of the tip of your probe, is actually kind of hot. But if you turn them wires the other direction, it makes the tip of the probe ground, and when you go touching something there, it'll ground out whatever you're working on.
That ain't good.
So that's why if that happens, they make isolators. It's like a 1-to-1 transformer. So your voltage is never really touching directly to your instrument at all. It's going through a transformer and radiating off from the transformer to 110, jumping over to the other side, which is actually never touching each other. But it's still, that's why they call it a 1-to-1.
I'm glad you know all that, because I couldn't remember all that.
Yeah, pretty essential once you run and test equipment. But if you're not, you really don't have to worry much about it. Now in Buffalo's case, I probably would think that could be the problem, that maybe the wires turn around. But in my case, on this radio here, I put that little 100-watt amp on the back of it that goes on mobiles. And I think that was just a little more than that power supply could handle.
Well, those 2995s when they first come out too, that power supply wasn't big enough either.
No, I think they're only like a 7-amp power supply. Is that, wait a minute, that's the 100-watt radio, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Well, you can get them to about 125, maybe 150, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, they put the bare minimum power supply in that, just barely. But they're coming out now with switchers, I think.
Well, they've come a long way on those switching power supplies. That's all I run over here anymore. That's what I'm running this 955 off of. 30 amp switching power supply.
Yeah. Occasionally you'll get the Chinese knockoff ones. You'll get it'll bring the noise level up. As soon as it comes on, you'll see it. I guess they call it a little birdie. You'll get that little birdie. And then you can sometimes get that out with 103 capacitors and maybe RF chokes.
This one so far has not caused me any squealing or nothing like that. Now, switching power supply got some Radio Shack. Now it throws off a little bit of RF. It'll take my frequency and make it kind of go nuts. Especially if I've got my frequency plugged into the same plug as the power supply.
I've got a PowerMax power supply over here. Actually, it's an RV deal. It's made by PowerMax. It's really not even made by PowerMax. It's a PowerMax sticker on top of another sticker. And they say it's, I think, 100 amp power supply. When you can put it up to the light and kind of see the shadow behind that sticker, and it shows it to be like, I think, a 75 amp or 50 amp. I don't remember. It will not do that many amps. I've already tested it. And then what it'll do is it'll sound like a rainstorm coming in. You know, like you get all that squiggly noise coming in through your radio. It'll kind of creep upward, then it'll come downward on the noise. And then you'll get another lightning hit or something like that down the line or something, and then the noise level will go back up. You'll hear the squiggly sound go up and come back down. But I was getting that constantly through this power supply, and I didn't even have it hooked up to my radio. It was just I didn't have to have anything hooked up to it. All I had to do is have it plugged into the power, the AC power, and it was coming into the AC line. You turn it off, and all that noise just drops out.
Well, these are pulling out some kind of RF signal with it.
Oh yeah, they're noisy. It's some switching transistors that do that. But that's about the worst power supply I've ever seen. I've almost... Something blowed over here. I think my amplifier may have blown.
I don't know, you just lost was there for a second.
Yeah, I think that little amplifier blew.
You're still loud over here. I wouldn't look at the needle.
Yeah. I think I was... Oh, well, that wouldn't be the first one to blow. Them little suckers can't handle a lot.
What kind of transistor is in it? 2329 or something like that?
Got that one big MOSFET.
Roger.
I've got some over here. I'll have to look and see what blew in it now. Alright, see there, no, it didn't go down. I had a bad pop in it, probably a capacitor maybe went out in it. That's pretty common in it. I'll check that out. It's got that electrolytic capacitor. I already had 3 of them capacitors building these little deals. All right, I'll get back with you. I'll have to hook this radio up and go through the motions so I can text it to you.
All right, catch you later.
See you later.
Hasta luego, amigos.
Goodness, I gotta find out what blew my radio. It's all your fault, Buffy.
What, something popped in it?
Yeah, something popped. But you didn't hear it when I was right in the middle of me talking, something went pow.
Maybe it's got RF poison.
Could be. Alright, I want to take it apart and see what happened there. We'll catch y'all later. I'll be out here in a little while.
Okay, I smell something burning.
That's RF burning. That's my skin burning.
get a little bit of lightning strike.
Oh, yeah, wise guy, eh?
Damn, it's noisy out there tonight.
Yeah, I think it's the harvest moon. Blood red moon with the eclipse or something, I don't know.
Oh, is that right? I didn't know that. I do know I didn't hit the lottery tonight, unfortunately.
Oh my, did anybody hit it?
I have no idea if anyone won, but I know I'm not going to do it no more.
I didn't play. I usually end up throwing it all away, so I just quit playing.
That $60 today alone just went.
Oh my.
I ain't doing it no more. That was the bottom line right there.
I lost $2. Well, I didn't play this time, but the last time it got real big, I played, but
Hey, I got lucky. I got one number.
Well, that's pretty lucky.
Yeah, last time I got one number. It happened to be the Powerball number, and I got $4. Woohoo! The old gunslinger is going to be heartbroken.
Why is that?
Well, I told him earlier today if I won the lottery, I'd give him all of my CB equipment. Seriously, dude, if I won, I wouldn't take anything with me. I'd just pack my bag, grab my photo album, and walk out.
Dang. Yeah. I don't know. Be hard to say what I'd do. you let all the smoke out? Well, Don, what was it? What blew up in there? Something popped. Radio went kaput. Let it rain, let it pour.
Get out of my yard!
Already on, Wayne.
You ain't coming over here panhandling. Get out of my yard.
Yeah, get them assholes.
Get out of my yard!
I like to shoot those assholes. Open season on crackheads.
What are you doing over there, Bob?
Man, I'm just sitting here watching an old James Stewart movie.
10, Roger.
What are you up to?
Oh, trying to get around and go to bed. Walked by and heard y'all.
Roger that. What, did you look that stuff up?
Yeah, a little bit. Hadn't found anything, but I was looking.
Yeah, Roger.
How's this sounding?
Sounding pretty good.
10-4.
I think you still got a little bit of adjustment there. Maybe you might have a little too much space, which would be that, you know, on them three knobs, it'd be that bottom one.
Dang, I about got the bass turned off.
Yeah, right. Heck yeah. Well, hey, that's a big improvement since 24 hours ago.
10-4. That's the bass all the way off right there.
Yeah, Roger. I don't have no control over here. It's just all microphone.
Yeah, you're fancy like that.
Yeah, keep it simple. Well, I'm glad you got that thing going your way. I know how it can be, because I was there at one time myself.
10-4. Yeah, I'm not unhappy with it now. I don't know what it sounds like, but as long as it sounds decent, I guess it's all right.
Yeah, Roger.
Sounds good over here.
Appreciate that.
Good evening, fellow radio operators out there.
Waving a hand up there, outlaw.
Hello, outlaw.
Yes, sir. Waving a hand right back, man. It's a good evening out there. Good evening, fellas. Hello, outlaw. Hello, Triple Nickel. You staying out of trouble? I stay in trouble all the time.
Dr. Charlie did?
Yeah, I talked to him, I guess it was around 6:30, 7 o'clock, something like that, but I think he called it even there and had to go in there and take a nap. You know how he is. He's popping up any time, though.
Roger. See, every time I get hold of him, he's ready to take a nap.
Yeah, there's some people out there that they like to take naps during the prime radio operating time there, but yeah, my goodness, yeah. He was in there earlier along with the skip there, and I'll come about 6:30, 7 o'clock, something like that. I think he faded out.
10-4.
Apps are the spice of life.
Well, he's trying to live life right there. Well, I guess it sounds like there's not a whole hell of a lot going on out there.
No. A lot of sandbagging.
Yep, got to keep practicing on that sandbagging.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's just hard to keep quiet.
Ain't no fun in keeping quiet.
That's right, man. Yep, there's always somebody pulling on the chain out there. You got to say something. Well, anyway, I think it's a good night for radioing out there. Yep, no doubt about it. Alrighty then. Yep, let's party on. It's party time on the radio in the neighborhood there. Yep, it's getting kind of quiet out there.
Yeah. Nobody's got a lot to say tonight, I guess.
Yep, I think all these big radio guys, they done had their 2 cents in there, and they're done partied out. You know, every party has a pooper there, and sometimes they wear out there.
Right, Joe. You had to go give me a cup of coffee. I was fixing to fade out.
No, it's too late for coffee. I done had my coffee about earlier this afternoon there, but yep, I've been drinking heavily on the iced tea there.
Joe, on drinking the iced caffeine.
Yeah, man, I tell you, man, I laid off that stuff for a few days, man, and yeah, I think I went for 2 or 3 days with no caffeine there, and man, I got a bump of that iced tea, and that was all over.
Oh, shit. It was sweet tea, too, wasn't it? Had a bunch of sugar in it.
And I don't put a whole lot of sugar in my iced tea there. I like a little bit of lemon. I went to Johnny's this afternoon and picked up me a Johnny's burger there, and they'd like to put those oranges in your iced tea there. Man, you get a little bit of orange and lemon in your iced tea there, and man, it's party on, dude.
I always tell them hold the fruit. I don't eat any fruit in my iced tea.
And it goes good with the Crown Royal.
You gotta go to the back of the room there to get that.
Yeah, 10-4 on the back room.
They got a Johnny's there in Edmond? Is that the one you went to?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we've got a Johnny's over here on 33rd Street between Broadway and Boulevard there.
Yeah, that got the bar.
Gosh, I don't think they have a bar in there, no. I've been in there several times. They don't have a bar, but yeah. I go to the bar beforehand and stock up at the liquor store, and man, they can fix me up with an iced tea there. Yep, got the fruit in there with the lemons and the oranges out there. Put a little bit of sugar in there with it to stir it up, and it's going on.
Yeah, the one over there, I think it's off on Britain Road. I think it's got a bar in it. Even if you want an alcohol, you have to go back there. They got a little window there. Going to ring the bell, and you can order it and pay for it there and take it to your table.
10-4. Yeah, I remember, man, gosh, I guess it's been back in the 80s, man. I was working out there at Tinker, doing the midnight shift there, and I was working with one of my buddies there. We were carpooling back and forth, and we used to hit a little bar over there. Gosh, I guess it was on Britain Road, right in there somewhere. May have been the Split T, I can't remember, but man, that was the cocaine dealer, but yeah, we went in there and seen them a couple of times.
Oh yeah, I remember the Split T. That was old boy's son that messed that place up.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been in there, man. I remember we stopped in there one night and left out of there and was coming home down the Broadway extension. We had a helicopter up on top of us and shining the spotlight on us and whatnot, man. I got kind of crazy that night.
Damn it.
Yep, some of the shit we used to do when we were younger. Oh my goodness. Well, sounds like everybody done pooped out there, man. I'll tell you, it's not even midnight yet, and all these party poopers out there. I don't know what to think, man. It's a holiday weekend, the last great big weekend of the summer there, and all we got is a bunch of party poopers.
Yeah, they all got to go to work tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's what it is, yep. Man, I remember those days, yeah. I'm sure glad I don't have to do that shit anymore.
Yeah, they've had Friday and Saturday and Sunday to do all their shit, and now they gotta go to bed and get ready for work in the morning.
Yeah, I guess the greatest thing that I had to do this evening there, yeah, I had to take the dumpsters down to the street there. That was the most thing that I've done all day. Got out of the house there. Yep, I got out of the house and took the dumpsters down the street and got all the chores taken care of. But yeah, other than that, man, it's been real quiet around here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did all that earlier. I took the Dipsy dumpster out to the street, trash out. I guess they're going to do trash tomorrow. I don't know. Sometimes they do, even though it's a holiday weekend, and then sometimes they're a day late. Yeah, I don't know. I just take it out there.
Yeah, it's always better to get it out there a day early and miss trash day than to get it out there a day late and miss the whole damn thing there. Yeah, no doubt about it. But yep, man, I'll tell you, not a whole hell of a lot going on around here. Just same old shit, different day. You know, just trying to keep up with the Joneses out there.
Roger on keeping up with the Joneses. I gave that up a long time ago. Did you ever get your toy back? Your base station toy?
Yeah, I talked to the old boy last week. Yeah, I guess it was week before last, but yeah, he's been stringing me along there. He sent me a message on the phone there, and yeah, he had the wrong person there, but yeah, he was finishing up an old radio there, and he told me that mine was the next in line there. So yep, he said he was going to try to get it up and finished up and get it back in the mail there. And that was last week, so yep, I'm really thinking it might happen this week.
Damn. You had it long enough, you could have done a whole fucking stack of radios.
Yeah, I think, yeah, this is a one-man band operation out there. Yeah, I'm about tired of dealing with this guy, you know. I gave him a try, but I got an amplifier from him, and it wasn't correct there, and I got the radio from him and blowed that up, so, yeah, I think I'm pretty much done with this guy.
Yeah, I think I'll be done with him too.
Hey, you just now got unloaded?
Yep, you go spend about $2,000 on a fucking radio, and you expect the goddamn thing to work, man, and not blow up in a couple of months there. Yeah, I kind of like this guy, but yeah, I think he's on the downhill slide there. I'm not going to do any more business with him.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all.
Well, I did give him a try, and I tried something new, but yep, I probably burned myself in the pants, but yep, yeah, you got to give those guys a chance sometimes.
Hell, you give them a couple of chances.
Yep, the third one's on me, so yep, it's not going to happen there. Yep, I learned my first two there, and I'm not going to do it again there, yeah. He done got me $1,800 for an amplifier, and I had to send that back, and it wasn't working, and then smoked up the big-ass part of my radio, and yeah, I don't know, man. I've never blown up a radio in my life, and here all this shit comes to happen, and I don't know, man. I ain't got no faith in this guy.
Yeah, it sounds like he's getting over his head.
Yeah, I think he's over his head. Yeah, for sure. Yep, he told me he had 383 of those radios come back, and mine was the second one that ever came back. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think it was pretty hot to begin with, and man, that may have had a little bit to do with it, man, because I never seen a radio swing like that one.
Yeah, he probably turned it up too high.
Yeah, I think he had it tuned up a little hot there. Yeah, that's what I think. But anyway, yep, we all learned a lesson out there. I tried to get me one last good radio to last the rest of my life there, and ended up getting screwed over the deal.
Damn it.
Well, maybe one of these days I'll have a big radio again and be back on the air. I won't have to be dealing with the backup crap here.
Right,
Yeah, I keep waiting for Stryker to come out with a base station there, but yeah, I don't know if it's going to happen. Anyway, just crap radios, man. I was beginning to think, man, that was some pretty good stuff, man. All that electronic stuff going digital there, but man, I guess they don't have it all straightened out yet. But yep, they're working on it.
I don't know. Seems to me Stryker would see that what money that Ranger's making off of base stations, Galaxy, would put their foot in it, you know, make some money, but I guess not. The other radio I'd like to see you make is the base stations at any tones, like the Quad 6 or something like that, as a base station.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, if we can get back to the digital radios there. Yeah, I think that man, I sure have had good luck with the digital stuff there, man. I kind of like it there, but yeah, Ranger and RCI and Galaxy, man, those guys are gonna have to step it up out there.
I know I was quality control. You know, shit. I'm talking on a HR 2510, stamped 1988 and on the board. It's still working.
Yep, man, that was back in the day there when they were making some good stuff out there.
Damn it.
Yeah, I had a friend out there, man, it was back in the late 70s, early 80s. He had I guess it was one of the first Galaxy radios that actually that I ever seen. But yeah, he had, I think it was a 99, but I can't remember for sure because it's been 45 years ago. But yeah, man, he was going strong out there. He had a pretty good station out there, and his handle was Net Burner.
Yeah, if it was one of the earlier Galaxies, it was probably the Pluto.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly, man. That's been too many years ago, too many decades back. But yeah, I remember he had a Galaxy radio, and gosh, that was when I first really got into sideband and stuff like that. But yeah, he had a pretty good little Galaxy station there. I've seen it there once or twice. But yeah, it was a pretty mean machine.
Oh yeah, late 80s, early 90s, everybody wanted a Galaxy. Or that or a RCI 2950.
Yeah, and I was stuck running my old Cobra 142 there. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, I did have a Digiscan. Yeah, that did improve that. But yeah, the old Cobra 142, man, that's old school stuff.
There's nothing wrong with a Cobra 142. I ran one for years.
Well, like as my friend told me when I got mine, he told me, he said, those radios are pretty much bulletproof, man. You can't really screw up running one of those.
Oh yeah, they're a pretty simple radio to use.
10-4 on that. Yeah, the only radio that I wished I'd have bought there was a Cobra 2000. I never had a Cobra 2000, but I always wanted one of those, but I just hung with the old 142 there.
Yeah, I had one Cobra 2000 for a real short amount of time. It's alright. It wasn't much better than the 142, except it had a clock and frequency display on it. It had pretty chrome.
Yeah, I had all that pretty chrome face dial and all that good stuff. I've seen several of them out there. They put the glow in the dark knobs on the top, you know, and put the LED lights underneath them, and where they shine up through the knobs and stuff like that. But yep, I never had a Cobra 2000 there. I always wanted one, but yep, just always hung with the old 142 there, and kind of branched out from there. Had several of the 148s there in the Mobile, and those were damn good radios too for back in the day.
Yeah, one of my favorite simple to use base stations for home is the old President Washington. That was a real easy radio to use. I think the 142 and the Washington were basically the same on the inside. They look different on the outside though.
Yeah, gosh, only radio, President radio I ever owned was a base station radio there. Has President Dwight D. and had the clock built into it and dual meter and whatnot. But yeah, it was a pretty nice old radio, and gosh, I owned it two or three times, and I sold it, and it kept coming back, and I sold it again, and I think I finally got rid of it.
Yeah, I had a Zachary T for a while.
Yeah, this one, it had the uppers and lowers in it, but yeah, it was only an AM radio there.
Yeah, that's when my Zachary T had channels. So I put an echo board in it. There was no clock in that Zachary T. Yeah, it's alright though. I didn't have it long before I sold it, but it was an okay radio.
10-4. Yep. No doubt about it. Yep. I guess we've had some of the oldies out there, and some of them were goodies and some of them were oldies. But yeah, we live and we learn. You never know until you check one out and use it for a while.
Yeah, God. If I had every radio I ever had back again, I'd have to get a new room.
Yeah, 10-4 on a running out of room.
They'd be stacked in here from the floor to the ceiling.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've got, I had to make me a shelf out in the barn there and start stacking them up out there.
Yeah, last time it happened over here, I called old Black Diamond and told him, "Where we get all these damn radios? Take them home." Yeah, he's dead now. So I got nobody to haul off all my junk radios.
10-4 on that, man. I've got boxes of them out there. Lots of them old AM radios, you know, that probably not worth a crap. But, man, I got a whole bunch of them. Just been hanging on to them there for store them. They've been in the garage and out in, I'm putting them out in the barn. And, yep, anyway, I figured they'd be just be good for parts or something.
Yeah, I know barn would be good for storing radios, unless it was a airtight barn.
Yeah, it's pretty airtight, but I did have to put them up in the loft there, and it does get a little bit warm up there in the top there. But yeah, it's a pretty good place to put my stuff there. It's all sealed off and airtight and watertight and stuff like that.
Yeah, some of them old radios are coming back, man. People are getting nostalgic for all them old radios. They're willing to pay for them, too.
Yeah, there's one of them I really shouldn't gotten rid of there. That was the old D201 trim there. I kicked myself in the ass for giving that thing away. Man, that's my own damn fault.
Oh, yeah, that's a pretty highly sought after radio.
Yes, sir. Like I said, I kicked myself in the butt for getting rid of it. I pretty much gave it away. Basically traded it for a damned old microphone.
What?
Yeah, I didn't get the deal I was working on there. I was at least trying to get $100 and a microphone out of it, but yeah, all I ended up with was a piece of crap old microphone there.
The person that got it had boobs?
It was missing a couple of tubes there. But, yeah, I had a sack of tubes, but I don't know. He kept telling me it was missing some tubes there. But, yeah, man, I should have hung on to that.
I didn't say tubes. I said boobs.
Boobs? Yeah, I like boobs.
It sounded like the girl got the better of you or something. Flashed your little boobs and you got your radio.
Yeah, it was a jackass out there. You know, tall man. Yeah, he's a jackass. He pretty much stole it from me.
Oh, hell, he knocked you over the head and took it.
Yeah, he fucked me over good.
Yeah, you you gotta watch him. He don't like to use lube either.
Yeah, I don't care too much for him anymore. He's on my done list there. Yeah, I pretty much run his ass off. I don't hear too much from him anymore.
God, I haven't seen him in years. I haven't heard him in years. He used to be on here all the time. He used to be a regular. He lived there in Edmond. He's always wheeling, dealing, trading, selling, buying.
Yeah, he was here in town there for a while, and always buying and selling and wheeling and dealing, and I bought shit from him and sold shit to him and whatnot, but last I heard he was out there in Choctaw or somewhere. What the hell's that town? There's a little town out east of there, not Shawnee, it's God damn it, it's right out there, but yeah, anyway, he moved out there. He was down the road from Charlie Brown out there when he lived out there, and Charlie Brown got to know him, and he had stole my handle out there, and he was using my handle and telling everybody that he was me there. So I wasn't real happy about him.
I'd have charged him rent for using your handle.
Yeah, he's a real fucking jackass. I had to change my handle out there, and I wasn't sure how many people he had screwed over, telling them that was me, you know. So, man, yeah, I had to back off of that for a while, and I used to hear him out there on the radio every now and then, but I think his ass is pretty much, he figured out he was toast there, and he's moved on there. Hopefully he hasn't gotten on the radio here lately, but yeah, he screwed a lot of people over, and was stealing money on the internet and all kinds of good stuff, and I think eBay done kicked his ass off the air, but yeah, that's the way he goes.
Damn, he really went downhill, didn't he?
Yeah, you know those guys that they've been in prison, and I guess they want to go back.
Hey man, I didn't know he was a jailbird.
Yes, sir. He'd been in prison for some years there.
Damn it! I knew him well enough for if I bought something from him, I made sure he hooked it up and showed me it worked.
Yeah, he was a real snake in the grass. You had to keep your eye on him. But yeah, he every now and then he'd come up with a good item or two, and I purchased a couple of things from him there.
Oh yeah, back in the late 90s and early 2000s, everybody was buying something, or either sold something or bought something from them.
Oh yeah, 10-4, yeah. One of my buddies, he bought a pickup from him there for his son there. Gosh, that's been 30 years ago, but yeah, the old tall man, he had his fingers in everything.
His old lady split from him, or there was a big rumor that was going on. He was moving out of. Everybody saying he got kicked out of his house or some shit. That's been a long time ago. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I remember I was talking about it.
Well, that's kind of the story that I heard out there. Yeah, he was living out there in out east of town. There's a little town out east of here he's living in, and the story I got that his old lady would come out there and clean his house every now and then, but yeah, I think think they're pretty much split up. She'd figured out he was a deadbeat there. Well, alrighty then. I guess it's after midnight, and we're letting it all hang out. So, I think I'm going to shut everything down and try to take me a nap. There's not a whole hell of a lot going on other than that.
No, I think we're the last ones up here. I think everybody else is passed out.
Yeah, I guess so, man. Long weekend did them in. Yeah. All right. I'm going to get back on out of here. All right, Triple Nickel, we'll catch you later. I'm going to shut things down and try to catch me some Z's there.
10-4, yeah. I think that's what I'm going to do is shut her down. Get my pretty little nightgown on and try to go to bed.
10-4 on that. Alrighty, yeah, don't forget about that pretty pink night coat. Alright, we'll catch you later. 1-800, we're clear.
10-4. Yeah, I got matching little pink matching slippers to go with it. Hell yeah, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Stay out of trouble. Be good. I'm gone.
Alright, my friend. We'll catch you in there again soon. We'll catch you later. Oklahoma Outlaw, 1-800, we're clear.
Stereo. All better. Where'd everybody go? Where's that buffalo? Oh my.
morning, my truck driving buddies. Y'all have a good day now. Be careful today. Take the Lord with you. Put him first in your life, and good things will happen. And remember, if you can't say it in church on Sunday, you don't need to say it out here during the week. Have a good ride. Be more careful. Call me Wild Man Stephen Nake Vi Ion. I'll see you.
testing, 1, 2, testing.
Sounds pretty good.
Good morning.
Well, good morning there.
ahead, young man. You can go ahead and go on. I'll just stick in right here behind you.
Thank you.
Hey, James, quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where is 3A at the Davis plant?
3/8 at W. Davis?
Yeah.
Okay, you know where the 1.5" 57 is?
Yeah.
That pile right beside it, a little bit further.
Copy. I may ask that again when I get there.
Don't bring anything in that. Going right, man. Come to that smaller pile.
Okay, copy.
Roger there, westbound. So everybody knows that the Kojak put a Kodak about mile marker 4145.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
by damn. It's gonna be a dead morning, I see.
That's a good thing.
going to be another wonderful day in paradise.
Yeah, another day of listening to the crybabies.
Roger. Yeah, they'll be here pretty soon.
I'm sure the one from yesterday, he'll be out here this morning sometime.
Roger that.
He says he wants to suck dick.
Mercy. I'm sure glad you can't catch anything on the CB. I'm pretty sure some of them out there have something.
No, that sealed it for me. I'm standing by.
Yeah, he's that one that gets out here and asks for a radio check all the time. And where the CB shop's at. He was doing that yesterday. He thought he fooled somebody.
Right. Oh, yeah. I heard you responding to him.
Yeah, he comes out here all the fucking time. Crying while he thinks he's doing something.
Roger. Yep. Pretend to wonder where something's at and engage somebody in conversation like he just got everybody completely fooled. Sure.
He ain't fucking fooled anybody. That's what he's thinking, but he's fucking stupid.
Roger, yeah. Exactly.
That's what he's saying. I got you going. I had you going. Really?
Good morning, fella. Thank you.
There we go. And what else do you want to know? Do you want to know where the CB shop is? I'll have to break out my recording. It says breaker 19 for radio check. Got another one that says break for 1036. Well, I hope everybody had a great weekend. That is a great holiday weekend. I guess some of you out there going back to work. I decided to take the day off.
Yeah, it went by too fast.
Roger. Funny how that happens. I mean, back during my work days, which were a lot of days, same thing.
I don't know, but there's a lot of people noticing that everything is going by really, really fast.
Roger.
It's like this year, it's like poof, we're almost over. Couple more months of me. And next year already.
No doubt about it.
There's still 365 days to a year. It ain't changed.
I guess our perception of time changes, but anyway.
Well, people's minds get busy and then time flies.
Roger. But sometimes though, like I've been busy enough last year, you know, and it seems like it's been a while for that year to go by. So I don't know. But I don't know. It does So I've heard that all my life. Yeah, time flies, you know, when you're busy, whatever, having a good time. Cornbread. There you go.
Yeah, they was talking about mowers, like, jump on their phone, say, get on there for a little bit. Next thing you know, it's like hours pass by.
Roger that.
Well, that's their fault. They get that tied up in their phones for hours and hours. And they could be outside kicking rocks or something.
Roger that. Yeah, just gotta look around and figure out what to do instead of just sit.
Hell, some motherfuckers do that while they're driving down the road, though.
And I guess they had some fucking drunk bitch or something. My son showed me pictures of it. Over there by the police deal they got over there on Agnew. I guess they're right by it or something. I don't see how it's happened, but there was a car with the nose of the car up in the air on the chain link fence. And the fence was still standing up, so there had to have been something else there holding the fucking car up. Because I don't see a chain link fence holding that car up like it.
Roger. Yeah, it's pretty heavy, yeah. It's not very strong. Where you at on Agnew?
Yeah. Over there at the FOP, where the pigs go hang out.
Roger, I guess I don't know exactly where that is, but whatever.
It's in the same spot. The Fraternal Order of Police, that's where they go do their drugs and get drunk and party.
Roger. Well, alright, I guess I don't really need to know. I'm thinking it's, what is it, close to 29th Street or what?
Yeah, it's right next door to the bank on the corner on 15th.
15th Street, Roger, okay.
Where they hang out and circle jerk each other.
That sounds like something I need to avoid. No wonder that crime is out of control.
Crime's out of control because they don't punish them. They take them to jail and let them back out.
No doubt about it, revolving door justice or whatever it is. Well, maybe we'll get the National Guard down here to clean the streets up one of these days.
Damn it. Well, that one black kid that stabbed that other one that white kid in the heart, and then, well, that mother's all fucked up now. Hell, he's out there attacking witnesses and underage kids, and mother's went retarded more than he already is.
Roger. It sounds like a movie, you know. Remember RoboCop and all the damn crime that's going on in that movie? I guess it was supposed to be set in Detroit or somewhere.
I'd buy that for $1.
Yeah, we almost need a RoboCop to get out there and kick ass and get things back under control for us.
All they gotta do is enforce the fucking law. That's it. That's all they gotta do. One simple thing. Enforce the law that's on the books.
Roger that. Too bad we can't just, go back in time and bring OKCPD from an earlier age into the picture. They know what to do.
pretty sure they wouldn't care if they hurt anybody's feelings doing it. I've gone down to Bricktown once in a while for various events, and I probably should stop doing that, and my luck might run out. Well, you know, they're supposed to be tearing down that sound stage. That's what it was last used for downtown. I guess it used to be like the Myriad Convention Center, Cox Convention Center. I guess they were tearing it down, but doing it in slow motion. I don't know if they've ever completed the demolition or what.
I don't know, but I'd like to know who the jackass is behind tearing down everything around here and replacing it. I keep hearing all this bullshit. Well, it's like Capitol Hill. You got to get rid of the racism. It's an evil past. The goddamn Indians. You got to wipe them out.
Roger. Yeah, well, Indians, as you know, they're definitely real Americans. If ever there was a real American around here.
I don't know, they ain't even from here.
Well, okay, well, I was talking about the ones from here, but yeah, I guess you're talking about the Red Dot Indians. I stand corrected.
I'm talking about the ones they call American Indians. Hell, they took it from somebody else that took it from them, and so on and so on. They're not the original people here.
Roger. Well, now, I might have to beg to differ. I think that, like, the American Indians are like descendants from the Chinese, whatever they were, probably various different peoples that, you know, marched across the Bering Land Bridge 13,000 years ago over in present-day Alaska and spread across America. So anyway, I guess it was mostly Chinese descendants that did that and evolved into Indian tribes, you know, all up and down the Americas. Before that, I don't think there were any Homo sapiens over here, though. So anyway, as far as taking it away, well, I'm sure they got into wars with various tribes, you know, many times. Yeah, that's surely happened. But before they came over, I don't think there were any, like say, any people over here.
I don't know, they keep finding stuff, proving all that wrong.
Roger, but, well now, over here, are they finding artifacts, that is, you know, skeletons, whatever, I mean, fossilized remains that go back before, you know, 12,000 years? I mean, I know they're finding stuff elsewhere. It goes back maybe a million years. I mean, like, you know, apes and whatever.
Oh, they got Egyptian hieroglyphs, all kinds of crap in the Grand Canyon. There's all kind of shit everywhere.
Roger. But, anyway, so that dates back how far back?
I'm pretty sure it's before the redskin people or whatever you want to call them. I don't know. All I know, your history ain't what it's all cracked up to be.
Roger, well, I'm not thinking that, like in the history books, they tell it exactly the way it happened, but anyway, yeah, I'm wondering about the hieroglyphs and just how old they are. Anyway.
Well, there's all kinds of documentaries on it.
Roger. But, you know, they've recovered, like, frozen bodies from, I think, the Alps or somewhere over in Europe that date back. I'm trying to think how far back, thousands of years, way before Christ. But anyway.
But I know that's kind of off topic, I mean, for what we're talking about, but I just thought about that. I don't think we even had horses over here in the Americas until the Spaniards brought them over here, and some of them inevitably escaped, and that's how the Indians got horses, like the Comanche Indians. I think that tribe of Indians, they're basically shorter kind of Indians, and they especially liked horses and adapted to horses. And once they got horses, they just started dominating the plains. That's what helped them. Yeah, you probably heard already, they called that the Great Spanish Horse Dispersal, which happened some, I don't know, 300 years ago, give or take. I'll be back with a refill.
Just had 50 people shot over in Chicago.
Shit, that's every weekend.
They said there's nothing going on here. I know one thing, that coffee hit the spot. Well, I guess Johnny Cash left the channel. Well, I'm watching the news with the sound muted. I think they're still arguing about the new detention center they very much want to build over, I guess, close to Del City.
Well, they're finding out that thing's got oil wells underneath it and sewer lines that are all fucked up. It's going to cost them like $4 point some odd million to cure that.
Roger, okay. Well, I've got, like I said, I got the sound muted, so that's why I'm not hearing them. I don't want to hear them, but I see it on there, and I imagine they'll probably still want to build it over there and just cough up extra money to take care of all that.
I think it's just a bullshit way of putting money back in somebody's pocket, like they did on the first county jail. And there was a lot of that going on.
Roger, well, I'm aware that corruption is everywhere.
And a lot of that is the people that live around there, bless their hearts, they don't want that fucking detention center anywhere near them.
don't want criminals anywhere near them, and so let's just not build it. Let's just let the fucking criminals run wild, and let's get by with that one we got, which is, I don't know, I guess it's not a very good one after all. Maybe the corruption caused it to not be built right.
Well, you gotta think, these people don't want it in their backyard like you wouldn't want it in your backyard, or I wouldn't either. Because then they release them fucking people, they just wander through the fucking neighborhood.
Roger. But it's gonna be built somewhere, and that looks like in spite of the problems you just mentioned, still a favorable spot. I have a feeling that the funds will be acquired to deal with those problems and go ahead and build that thing over there, because it's got to be fairly close to the core of the city, and that is fairly close.
Huh. It'd be closer to the fucking core of the city if they'd use some of the land they got now.
Roger, I didn't say it's real close, but you know, it's an available space over there, and just got some, you know, arguing to be done. But I bet they build it over there.
The only reason they chose that area because that land is so fucked up they got it cheap. Because there's so much oil industry crap that was left behind. There's 3 foot of fucking soil that's soaked with oil. The sewer lines will all have to be moved, so that there's another factor. There's oil wells that are underneath that ground that they're going to try to build that on top of that ain't been capped out properly. That's going to cost thousands and probably a few $1 million. But they bought that land cheap because of that reason. That's the only reason they chose that location.
Roger, but anyway, I guess they'll work out the problems, but anyway, I hope we get the damn crime under control.
Well, they're talking about just sending them all down to Cleveland County.
Well, that's in the south part of the town. If you're down south close to there, they'll transport you over. If you're over here, you go to the jail here.
Hell, if you're past south of 89th Street, which is Cleveland County, not Oklahoma County.
Oh, yeah, correct. 89th Street is the line, county line.
Yep. So yeah, anything south of that, they would. People sometimes think South Oklahoma City ain't just up to 74th Street. That shit runs goddamn way deep.
But over in Dell City, they've got a crime wave anyway. I don't think it'd make much difference.
Yep, because that Upper East Side's filtered into it.
It sounds like the obstacles they'll deal with, and they'll go ahead and build that over there. That's what I'm thinking will happen.
Yeah, they was on building 4 or 5 other places too, but the residents said the same thing. Well, we don't want that over here, so okay. And then they found that land super dirt cheap because the people that had been owning it had all these apartment complexes on it that were public housing for those idiots that came up off the Upper East Side. They destroyed that place in just a few years, about 10, 12 years. Then that building sat abandoned. They finally got them tore down. And that land went up for cheap. You know, hell, probably pennies on the dollar. They ain't caring about nothing else.
But I guess it's the same anywhere. And nobody wants anything in their backyard, but at the same time they scream and cry that they want to feel safe. They want criminals arrested. They want the streets safe for their children to play and all that. And that's the way it's been ever since aliens first copulated with apes in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are really happy with that because it's not in their backyard like the ones up on the Upper East Side. There was an area up there in northern part of the city that didn't have no houses as near as close to it as what this is going to have. No, we can't have that because that's going to interfere with our people.
Just like in Western, you got the cowardly townspeople. They don't want to get involved, but somebody's got to stand up to the bad guys, and, you know, the hero finally does that, etc. And I guess we're waiting for another Wyatt Earp to come in here or something and take care of things.
Huh? I ain't got nothing to do with where they're going to build a county jail at.
History just always repeats itself, and I'll be back for the refill.
I am definitely scratching my head now. Anyway, I'll be back later.
Hell yeah. And here comes the rain.
Hell, rain done been here once.
Well, I wish it'd quit raining and just, for at least 2 days, I've been, man, my yard needs mowing so bad, but I tell you what, I am not getting out there and mowing wet grass. It just fucks up your mower.
Yeah, I think the first rain came through just about 5 o'clock.
It didn't rain over here because I let the dogs out and it's still dry.
Yeah, it went right across, it was a little old cell, it went right across the city from the northwest side to the southeast side. And, yeah, that's about what it did. But hell, that was over an hour ago.
That's about when I let the dogs out and wasn't no rain around here.
I can show you my ground wet. I watched it rain.
Maybe over there, but it didn't rain here. My dog's feet wasn't even wet.
I've seen it that way before. Hell, they'd typhoon like a motherfucker over there and be dry over here. Like I say, it's even done that shit from across the street. It'd be raining over there and not here.
Well, maybe you were talking about the weather. I guess we got a splendid little storm or maybe rain approaching from the northwest.
Yep.
Maybe I probably exaggerated calling it a storm, but anyway. And I've just thought about Cassie. I guess she's happy down in Dallas-Fort Worth, broadcasting the weather down there.
Sam, I guess some guy down there in Moore at 12th and Eastern decided to drive his riding lawnmower down Eastern, or 12th Street, one of the two, and somebody hit him and it killed him.
Well, that's terrible. You should have known better than to do that. But anyway, I hate to hear that. Just maybe it was yesterday. I was out doing my running and somebody was riding some kind of four-wheeler on the sidewalk. I remember, it kind of annoyed me that they were in the way. But anyway.
Well, there was not supposed to be road on the streets or sidewalks.
Well, yeah, I don't think any kind of motorized vehicle, no matter how many or how few wheels it's got, is supposed to be on sidewalks, but I'd have to read the, statutes, but or whatever, but yeah, I don't think that's right.
Yeah, it's a sidewalk, not a side drive.
Exactly. Yeah, I considered, touching base with the more PD, let them know about that. If it gets to happening much more, I will do that. Reminds me of an encounter I had with somebody a long time ago down in Norman. I used to live down there for years and do my running around the duck pond. And there was somebody driving a big old motorcycle out there in the duck pond area. There was, of course, a trail that runners use and sometimes bicyclists, but mostly runners. And he was, of course, they had bridges going across the duck pond there for the pedestrians. And he was blocking that bridge, with his damn motorcycle. So I had to go around the bridge. I went out on the edge of Lindsay Street. There was this smoking hot chick going the other way, He's getting sarcastic, telling me I was going the wrong way. I made some comment about him blocking the path, and he started bragging about being a wrestler and everything, and I guess he thought that made it okay. Cocksucker.
I don't know, when I was a kid, growing up, you're supposed to be on the sidewalk with a bicycle. You weren't supposed to be riding that in the goddamn street.
Roger. I don't think bicycles even belong on the sidewalk. Maybe earlier people did that, but, it stands to reason that even bicycles could injure somebody walking down the sidewalk.
Dude, they need to be on the fucking sidewalk, now the goddamn street.
Roger. But once again, you got, innocent people walking on the sidewalk, just like Snowman said, it's the sidewalk, not the side ride.
Hell, I was taught when you're riding a bicycle, you ride it in the street and then facing the traffic against you.
Roger, yeah. Yeah, that's spooky to do that, but it's what you're supposed to do.
Well, like what they got now, if they give them a whole fucking lane, they block off half the goddamn roads around here and put these little stupid faggot-ass bicycle lanes. How about make you have to get a license and a tag to ride that motherfucker on? That way you can help pay the taxes.
Right, that would make sense, but it's only fair, to pedestrians on the sidewalk to keep the hazards out of their way. It's enough just to deal with other pedestrians on the sidewalk.
Oh shit, it's raining. Oklahoma City's got all these fucking four-wheelers.
There he goes. There he is right there. He said he wants to suck a dick.
I'm glad I didn't hear it.
Me either.
Yeah, you'll hear him. He'll get closer. He'll start crying.
Hell, I'd tell him to come over here and suck mine. Of course, when he got over here, I'd kick the fucking shit out of his ass and put him in the hospital. What these queers talk about?
Ask him he won't come suck a load. 20 gauge load.
You know what, you gonna lunch for that shit? Yeah, no, that ain't happening.
Yeah, we heard him yesterday coming here, fucking talking shit. And then he faded out. He said one word, you heard him, the next thing, you barely even heard him, then he's gone. He's like fell off.
Roger.
Keep taking my damn display picture off. It says, fuck OSU with the hand, middle finger. They've took it off like 3 or 4 times already. I keep putting it back on there.
Roger that.
Fascinating story.
Yes, driver. What do you want to do?
I got the actual shirt of it. I've wore it a couple times around here. But, you know, the demographics of the shit around here changed, so I don't know if they watch any of that crap or not. They're into that soccer.
And I don't go watch any of that shit. I don't want to go to a stadium and be in a crowd and no telling what's going to happen next. Could be a drone attack. I mean, I'm surprised some maniac hasn't already done that. Duct tape from dynamite to a drone and fly it to a crowded stadium, and the rest of the story. Like the Chinese curse said, may you live in interesting times.
Yeah, I seen yesterday over in Australia. I think it's in their northern territory. So you pass a background check, you can get you some mace now.
Roger.
You gotta pass a background check first.
Red tape's just getting worse.
Just to be able to purchase and own a can of pepper spray to defend yourself. Think about that for a minute.
Roger, now where was this at?
Australia.
That's where I thought you said, the northern part of Australia.
The comments in that news deal, that shit was crazy. It's like, well, y'all gave up your rights.
Well, I've never been overseas, much less to Australia, but I wouldn't mind visiting there. I'd probably might hire drivers simply because they're all fucked up over there the way they drive on the wrong side of the road.
They're woke. They're politicians, and they're into all that dumb shit they've been doing over here. I watch a bunch of that Australian news over there, Sky News Australia. You see all kinds of fucked up shit.
Roger. Well, I used to work for this outfit back in the 70s for a while. And anyway, I met people from all over the world. And some of them were Australian, some were from England and elsewhere. And so anyway, I used to know a few people from like Perth, Australia and other parts of Australia. bloody bastards. They love to party. But I guess you know Australia mostly is unpopulated. I mean, the interior of Australia is like from what I understand, it's just like a wasteland. Hardly anybody lives there. I think they call it the Great Outback or something.
Nowhere in the UK, there's over 300 people arrested with the new criminal offenses related to online safety.
Roger. And that's the tip of the iceberg. Maybe they'll keep up the good work, clean up the computer and all that, and the streets.
Well, they're not cleaning anything up. They're going after ordinary people that say something and some retard fucking cries about it and turns him in, and they go arrest the person that offended somebody by what they said.
Roger. And I'm hoping they also round up a lot of criminal, that is, cyber criminal assholes.
Well, they ain't worried about that.
Well, that's what they need to be focused on, because that's just getting out of control, I guess, everywhere.
Damn it on your friend! Oh, Lord, I'm sorry.
I think I heard in the news over here in this country where they did arrest several. I think in Florida, they were about to receive a shipment of card skimmers from somewhere, and so, but they in arresting them, I think they're learning about a complete network of those types of criminals, so maybe they'll crack down on that everywhere and get all the bad guys locked up.
Well, they're not hard to find. There's all kinds of people online that fuck with them all the time. Everybody knows where they're at that's looked into it, but they don't do nothing about it.
Roger, well, maybe that's changing, I hope.
Yeah, they just keep making more content, hacking into their computers and shutting their little office down, but they download all their files first so they get all the list of people they've scammed. There's one dude I watch here, and he's contacted the police, and they're like in on it or something.
Well, I mean, I guess technically there's some, of course we know there are some dirty cops out there, but I think there's a very low percentage of them. I mean, most of them, I think, are just trying to do their job. And of course, remember that damn serial killer, whatever, that Koberger, and before they caught him, I think he'd been studying criminology just to be a better criminal.
Yeah, I don't think he studied hard enough.
Roger, yeah, apparently not. But anyway.
The only way to get a criminal is to think like one.
Roger, well, law enforcement, they're doing a pretty good job of rounding up these guys, but it sounds like challenging to round up some of them.
I'd like to know where, because it ain't happening around here. Or over there at my job, it ain't happening.
Roger, but the really bad ones out there, they're after, But yes, anything less than something spectacular, they tend to ignore it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They ain't doing nothing around here. I mean, it's like that cocksucker over there, dude. I got fucking proof. Motherfucker dead to rights. Well, he's wearing a mask. But they fucking pick him up for public whatever, playing loud music and shit and all this crap, and then let him out a couple days later.
Yo.
Tell me what the hell. You know, that shit ain't right. They gonna throw him in jail because he's playing loud music, being disruptive. But he destroys hundreds of thousands of dollars now. I mean, it's fucked up. Oh no, it's alright. We can't do nothing about it.
Well, and as much as I don't like the police, I'm not putting all the blame on them. It's these fucking judges we have that they have to go in front of. It's these fucking judges that are letting them out.
Well, you know, I see the cop part of it a lot down there, and they're fucking lazy, dude. If there ain't somebody getting shot or chasing, you know, their interest just ain't there. That's like when they come out, and I have to talk to them. I'm the elected person to talk to the po-po when they come out, and you can't get them to do their job, dude. They come out, they're supposed to take a report of what was stolen, and when I try to show them all the shit that they fucked up, oh, here's a piece of paper, write it all down and call us, we'll come back and pick it up. We did that one time, they never showed up to get their fucking paper. So, you know, you just kind of wash your hands of the bullshit. I do get interactions with the police. So I know the motherfuckers ain't doing their job unless they're out here fucking playing cowboys and Mexicans. That's the only time you see them. Any other time you drive around this mower and not see a cop. But don't goddamn let it be a chase or somebody with a gun. And you got 50 fucking cops that came out the woodwork somewhere.
Yeah, like the time portal just opened up and they poured out.
Well, like I had the minor accident back in May, and I told you about how I didn't have a very good experience with OKCPD. They acted very indifferent. They never came out to investigate the accident. And take an accident report, I flagged down another OKCPD officer, but he had no interest in taking a report either. He just told us to exchange information.
Because they don't want to sit there and waste their time making a report, doing all that writing, and well, now they just type on a keyboard. I don't think they do much writing. I think it pains them in the ass to give you that piece of paper with the case number and all that on it. That's way too much writing.
Roger. Yeah, well, they don't want to waste their time. I guess they'd rather be eating donuts. And I talked to that one. I remember I said he reminded me of Barney Fife. He had that attitude. Like I interrupted him from going to a crime scene or something to enforce the law and protect people from real crime instead of talking to me. So anyway, he was a complete little puss.
He's interrupting him. He's wanting to go hang out with his other cop buddies.
Roger. And I got zero cooperation from him the first time. And so he left, and I called the number back, and they sent him back over there. And, of course, he was especially not in a good mood that second time, but I didn't give a rat's ass. But I did finally get something out of him, but not like an accident report. It was a citizen's information form or whatever it was.
Yeah. Well, here the other day, well, it was a week or so ago, when they was out there over this goofball, I'd said something to that guy about this motherfucker over here on this street giving out seatbelt tickets. And he's hit me up twice. Gave me 2 seatbelt tickets. And there's no way he could have even seen. The first time I didn't have my seatbelt on. The second time, there's no way he could even tell, because I had my window up past my shoulder. And you can't see through that shit from over there during the day. I mean, and then kind of find out he's the chief. Oh yeah, he gets out there. So when he gets bored, he goes out there and drives around throwing seatbelt tickets, $20. Oh, and the story that he gave, the same story both times. This helps us to get equipment and pay our checks and all that. What do you think I'm fucking retarded, dude? We pay taxes that pays your fucking paychecks, motherfucker.
Roger, I guess you told him that.
Dude, yeah, I tell them fucking cops all kinds of shit when they show up, dude. Maybe that's why they want to leave.
Roger that. Yeah, well, something's got to change, and I think it will, because it sounds like it can't get much worse.
Yeah, that motherfucker give me that ticket. I'm like, dude, you know, he knows I work right down the street, and they hang out 2 blocks down the road, 3 blocks, whatever, down the road down there. And you got these motherfuckers coming down Agnew all the time, hot riding. They're drag racing. You hear these motherfuckers for blocks just hammering down on it. You don't never hear no whoop whoop, nothing. But you hear motherfucker, oh, he ain't got no seatbelt on. We got to get him.
Well, yeah, that sounds pretty fucked up that they allow the hazards to navigation out there to continue being hazards to navigation. They need to stop them and arrest them for that kind of reckless behavior and reckless driving, and probably got an illegal vehicle.
Yeah, but they won't do nothing to them brown boys. The shit they get up and they won't even show up record. It's a waste of time, so they don't even fuck with them. Now, that's why oh shit. They know we ain't going nowhere, so they're gonna fuck with you.
If you got a job, motherfucker, can you pay us?
Oh, your revenue. And about all these police departments are that way anymore. It don't matter if it's a small town or a big town.
The small ones are worse.
Oh, I know. They're ticket happy, ready to pull you over, harass you for different shit.
Roger. Yeah, some of them are really bad about having them speed traps, but anyway, I guess maybe they're all kind of bad.
They'll give out those seatbelt tickets so they can buy their drugs and their donuts with it.
I know when I'm driving through small towns especially, I try to pay close attention to the speed limit and stay within the speed limit and obey any laws.
Yeah, don't get caught with that tag light out. They'll get you big time.
Roger that on the tag light out.
Yeah, the ticket's $173.
If you happen to be going through New Jersey, it's probably a good idea not to have your pistol with you. They might give you some shit over that.
I ain't driving around at night, so I ain't worried about all that.
Probably Massachusetts might be the worst. When you enter that state, I mean, I'm talking about several decades earlier, it's probably worse now. There's a sign they got up that tells you the 1-year mandatory jail sentence for any unregistered firearm.
that, I very quickly made a U-turn back out of there and went back to Rhode Island and sold what I had, practically gave it away to a pawn shop.
Well, you know, all that shit's all fucked up anyways, because if you buy, I ain't talking about individuals, but if you buy a brand new gun, even back when they started that background check shit, as soon as they enter that serial number with your name, it's on record, it's registered. They know you got that gun.
Roger that.
It's not like here, oh, we're not a registered state. Bullshit, motherfucker.
Well, I was pretty sure that I would not, we're going to buy one from their paperwork requirements in case I got stopped by the state police, so I got back out of there in a hurry.
How that non-registering works, Nate, is if I buy a gun from you, I don't have to run down to the sheriff's department to get it registered in my name.
I just said that before I said what I said. I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about when you go buy a brand new gun, it is registered.
Yeah, you get it from a dealer, you damn right you will be. So when they say it's a non-registering state, that's what they mean. It's not going out and buying a new gun. It's if I buy one from you, or my neighbor buys one from me, or I buy one from the neighbor. Because I've got I'm just going to say, I'm not going to disclose the number, but I've got a few that are not registered.
Well, whoever bought it, it was registered to them, but it just passed on down, but it's still registered to somebody.
Yeah, but not me. When that gun is originally purchased, they don't make a damn if it's a pawn shop or whoever. If they hold an FFL license to sell firearms, they'll have to register it. Damn, it's almost 7 o'clock already. This is asking us now, what time we going up there? Now, they open at 7:30, but I'm not going into downtown at no 7:30. You can wait till about 9 o'clock. That way she can get that damn thing redeemed.
Copy, hello.
Oh, yay!